Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Autumn leaves danced on the wind through the valley of Imladris, their golden hue matching the last rays of sunlight that gilded the waterfalls of Rivendell. In the fading light, Arahel stood motionless on one of the many elegant bridges that span the rushing waters, his gray eyes fixed on the darkening eastern sky. Though raised among the Dnedain of the north, the blood of both Eldar and Edain flowed in his veins, marking him as one of the few remaining half-elven in Middle-earth. The peace of the last homely house felt different tonight. Something stirred in the shadows of the world, a darkness that had drawn him back from his rangings with the sons of Elrond. In his hand, he clutched a piece of ancient parchment, its edges blackened as if burned, recovered from a desecrated tomb in the ruins of Fernost. "You bear troubled thoughts, young one." The voice belonged to Eladin, son of Elrond, who approached with the silent grace characteristic of his kind. His twin brother, Elrohir, followed close behind. "The tombs of the kings speak no more," Arahel replied, his voice tight with concern. "We found them broken open, their contents scattered. Whatever the servants of the enemy sought, they were desperate to find it." The brothers exchanged a glance that spoke of centuries of shared thoughts. "Show us," Elrohir commanded softly. In Lord Elrond's study, where ancient maps and scrolls lined the walls and starlight streamed through crystal windows, they examined Arahel's findings. The parchment, when carefully unfolded, revealed text in an archaic form of Sindarin, accompanied by diagrams of items that made Elrond's ageless face grow grave. "These are records from the fall of Angmar," the Lord of Rivendell said finally. "When the Witch King fled the north, he left behind objects of great power, artifacts from his days as a mortal king, before the Nine Rings corrupted him and his fellows. But why seek them now?" Arahel asked, though in his heart he feared he knew the answer. "Because the shadow grows," Eladin replied. "The enemy gathers all weapons to his cause, even those long forgotten." That night, a council was held in the Hall of Fire. Besides Elrond and his sons, several other elven lords were present, along with Arahel and two of his fellow rangers. The decision was swift. These artifacts must be found before the enemy's servants could claim them. Dawn found them riding east towards the Weather Hills, where the first and most troubling of the desecrated tombs lay. Arahel rode with the twins, while other search parties spread out across the ancient kingdom of Arnor. The autumn air grew colder as that left the protected valley of Rivendell behind, and an unseasonable mist clung to the lowlands. They found the first signs of their quarry's passage at an ancient waystone. Dark runes had been carved into its base, still fresh enough that traces of blood could be seen in the grooves. Elrohir, kneeling to examine them, hissed in disgust. "Black speech," he spat. "They mark their path for others to follow, not just any others," Eladin added grimly. "These runes are meant for the eyes of the Nazgul alone." The trail led them through increasingly wild country, where the ruins of Arnor lay half-buried in centuries of neglect. In places, they found evidence of hasty excavations, broken ground where ancient foundations had been exposed, collapsed walls that had been further demolished in search of hidden chambers. On the third day, as they approached the base of a particularly steep hill crowned with the remains of an old watchtower, they heard a cry that froze the blood in their veins and made their horses rear in terror. High above, a dark shape wheeled against the gray clouds. The Witch King himself, Eladon, breathed. He seeks his old possessions in person. They took shelter in a hollow beneath the twisted roots of an ancient oak, where Erahil's mixed heritage proved unexpectedly valuable. The Nazgul's power to terrify affected him less strongly than it did full-blooded men, while his mortal blood made him less visible to the Wraith's senses than his elven companions. "I can get closer," he whispered. "See what they seek." The twins protested, but the logic was undeniable. As darkness fell, Erahil crept up the hill, using every skill learned in his years among the rangers. Near the summit, he found them dark-robed figures conducting a ritual around a freshly excavated chamber. At their center stood a tall figure crowned with iron, his very presence seeming to dim the stars above. The chamber they had uncovered contained a stone sarcophagus, and from within it, the enemy's servants drew forth items that made Erahil's vision blur to look upon: a crown that seemed to drink in light, a sword with runes that crawled along its blade like living things, and a ring not one of the 9, but something older, a token of kingship from when the Witch King had ruled mortal realms. Erahil's presence did not go unnoticed for long. A sudden wind whipped up, carrying with it the scent of grave earth and ancient malice. The Witch King turned, his unseen eyes fixing upon the half-elven's hiding place with dreadful recognition. What followed was a desperate flight through darkness, with the screams of the Nazgul seeming to come from all directions at once. Erahil led them on a twisting path through ruins and ravines, using his knowledge of the land to stay just ahead of their pursuers. When they finally reunited with the twins, it was with vital intelligence about what the enemy sought and how much they had already found. Their return to Rivendell was swift, but not without cost. They were ambushed twice by servants of the enemy, and Erahil took a wound from a Morgul blade that would have killed a full-blooded man. Only his mixed heritage and Lord Elrond's healing skills saved him. But the information they gained proved crucial. The Witch King's ancient regalia, infused with dark magic from the days before he fell under Sauron's dominion, could grant terrible power to the enemy's forces. Swift messages were sent to all the free peoples of the north, warning them of what had been awakened. In the months that followed, as darkness crept back into the world, many of the artifacts were recovered by the Rangers and their allies, denied to the enemy through cunning and sacrifice. Some were destroyed, others hidden in places even the Nazgul could not reach. But a few remained lost, their whereabouts unknown until the final days of the Third Age. Erahil recovered from his wounds and continued to range the wild lands with the sons of Elrond, though the touch of the Morgul blade left him with an ability to sense the presence of the Nazgul, both a curse and a blessing in the dark days that followed. And in later years, when the shadow had passed and the king had returned to Gondor, the tales of the half-elven ranger who dared to spy upon the Witch King became part of the lore of the restored North Kingdom, remembered whenever the autumn mists rolled down from the weather hills and the stars shone cold and bright above the ruins of ancient armor. Story 2, the Golden Hall of Meduseld, stood silent in the bitter winter dawn, its carved pillars casting long shadows across the frozen ground. Within its walls, Awen, White Lady of Rohan, traced her fingers over the ancient tapestries that lined the study walls. The embroidered scenes depicted the secret paths through the White Mountains, used in ages past when Gondor and Rohan were one kingdom under the rule of the Sea Kings. Her uncle, King Thodin, sat slumped upon his throne, aged beyond his years, his once keen eyes now clouded with a strange mist. Beside him always stood Germa Wormtongue, whispering words that seemed to weigh the king down like chains of lead. But it was not Germa's presence that troubled Awen's thoughts this morning, it was the silence from Gondor. 3 messenger parties had departed for Minas Tirith in the past month. None had returned. The old roads through the mountains, paths that had carried riders safely for centuries, had become black holes that swallowed men and horses without a trace. "My lady," a quiet voice interrupted her thoughts. Ma, captain of the king's guard, stood in the doorway, his weathered face grave. "We found something in the old archives you should see." The parchment he presented was brittle with age, its edges crumbling. Upon it was drawn a map, and like any Awen had seen before, a network of tunnels and passages through the White Mountains, marked with symbols she did not recognize. "These are not the known paths," she murmured, studying the faded lines. "These are older, much older," Ma agreed. "From the days when Rowan was still Calenardhon, a province of Gondor. But look here," his finger traced a particular route. "This tunnel emerges near where the last messenger party was lost." A plan began to form in Awen's mind, one that would have made her brother Omer proud, had he not been riding far in the east with his org. "Gather those you trust most, Captain. Tell no one else what we have found." That night, as the moon rose over the snow-capped peaks, 5 riders departed Edoras in secret. With them rode a 6th figure, wrapped in a gray cloak, Awen herself, though none save Ma knew it. Their guide was a ranger from the north who called himself Thorongil, though something in his bearing suggested this was not his true name. The hidden entrance they sought lay behind a waterfall, half a day's ride from Edoras. As they approached, Thorongil held up his hand in warning. "There are tracks here," he said softly. "Not O.R.C. prints, but men's boots. And they are recent." They proceeded with greater caution, leaving their horses concealed in a sheltered valley. The tunnel mouth gapped before them, like a wound in the mountain's face, the roar of the waterfall masking any sounds that might emerge from its depths. "These pillars," Awen said, examining the carved stone that flanked the entrance. "They bear the mark of Enmenor." "Yes," Thorongil replied, his voice holding a strange note of recognition. "This way was made in the days of Enryan, when the blood of Westerness still ran true in Gondor's veins. Their journey into the mountain's heart was a descent into darkness, both literal and metaphorical. The tunnels were well crafted, their walls smooth and their floors level, but centuries of disuse had left them treacherous with loose stones and sudden drops. They found the first sign of foul play at a junction where 3 passages met. A sword lay abandoned, its blade notched, but its hilt bearing the horse head of Rowan. Nearby, dark stains on the stone spoke of violence. "A fight," Ma growled, "but no bodies. Look at the walls." Thorongil directed their attention to strange markings that seemed to pulse with a sickly green light. "These are no ordinary runes. This is the work of Saruman." The truth began to unfold as they ventured deeper. The tunnels had been turned into a trap, marked with spells that confused the mind and led travelers in circles until they were too weak to resist capture. Several passages showed signs of recent use: drag marks, discarded provisions, and more of the evil-looking runes. Their own escape nearly came too late. They had just discovered a chamber where signs suggested the captured messengers had been held when horns echoed through the tunnels, but not the clear call of Rowan. These were deeper, harsher sounds that spoke of Dunland and the wildmen of the hills. What followed was a desperate fight through the darkness. Awen found herself back to back with Thorongil, her sword moving with a skill born of years of secret practice. The ranger fought with an elegant efficiency that spoke of decades of experience, each movement precise and deadly. They were nearly overwhelmed when Ma discovered a side passage that led them to safety, but not before they had seized a prisoner, one of Saruman's agents who, under questioning, revealed the full scope of the White Wizard's treachery. The captured messengers had been taken to Isengard, their dispatches used to learn Rowan's strengths and weaknesses. Saruman had been using the ancient tunnels to move his spies freely between the gap of Rowan and the mountain villages, gathering intelligence and sowing discord. But the wizard had not counted on the discovery of the old maps, nor on the courage of those who dared to venture into the mountain's heart. The knowledge they gained that day would prove crucial in the months to come, as Rowan fought for its very survival. They emerged from the tunnels as dawn broke over the mountains. Awen stood for a moment, watching the sun rise over the plains of her homeland. Beside her, Thorangel's face was troubled. "The shadow grows longer," he said quietly. "Saruman's treachery runs deeper than any suspected. You must warn your brother, and any who will listen. And what of you?" she asked, sensing he would not return with them to Edoras. "I ride north," he replied. "There are others who must know of what we've discovered here." He hesitated, then added, "Keep watch over your uncle, my lady. Dark days approach, but hope remains while there are still those who dare to seek the truth in shadow." Aun returned to Meduseld with proof of Saruman's betrayal, though she knew Gurma would prevent her from bringing it before the king. But the knowledge she had gained served other purposes. Secret messages began to move through the old tunnels, no longer carrying pleas for aid to Gondor, but warnings to those who still fought in secret against the gathering dark. And in the months that followed, as Saruman's grip on Thodin grew stronger and open war approached, the network of hidden paths became a lifeline for those who remained loyal to Rowan's true spirit. The White Lady had found a way to fight back, even in the deepest winter of her people's despair. For even in the darkest of times, the old songs say, the strength of Earl's descendants ran true in his people's veins, and the courage of Rowan's daughters proved as vital as the sword arm of her sons. Story 3. Snow fell silently upon the lonely mountain, its white mantle softening the harsh lines of the ancient dwarven stronghold. Inside the great halls of Erebor, where countless forges burned day and night, Thorin III Stonehelm stood before a weathered map of the northern realms, his fingers tracing the dark expanse that marked Mirkwood. The year was 3018 of the Third Age, and shadow was creeping back into the world. The young dwarf lord's beard, still more black than gray, was neatly braided with silver clasps that caught the lamplight. As heir to Dian Ironfoot, king under the mountain, he bore the weight of his people's future upon his shoulders. And never had that burden felt heavier than on this cold winter's morning. Another messenger from Mordor reported Dwalin the Younger, his armor clanking as he approached. "This one bears richer gifts than the last." Thorin's grip tightened on the edge of the map table. This was the third emissary in as many months, each bringing promises of rings and mithril, seeking information about one particular hobbit. The growing frequency of these visits could mean only one thing: the enemy's patience was wearing thin. "And what does my father say to this one?" "King Din keeps him waiting, as he did the others." Dwalin's voice dropped lower. "But the messenger speaks of friendship, of returning what was stolen from us." Some in the lower halls whisper that we should at least hear these offers. Before Thorin could respond, a horn sounded from the outer gates, not the deep blast of dwarven trumpets, but the clear call of elvish horns. The delegation from the woodland realm had arrived. The great council chamber of Erebor had been prepared for this day. Banners bearing the emblems of Dale, the Iron Hills, and Erebor itself hung from the vaulted ceiling. At the center stood a massive table of polished granite, its surface inlaid with a map of the northern realms in precious stones. King Din sat at the head of the table, his iron foot tapping thoughtfully against the stone floor. To his right sat Brand, King of Dale, his weather-worn face grave. To his left was an empty chair, reserved for Thranduil's representative. The Elven King himself rarely left his halls these days. The elvish delegation was led by Legolas, Thranduil's son, his fair face unreadable as he took his place at the table. With him came others of his kind, moving with that uncanny grace that always made the dwarves slightly uncomfortable, though they would never admit it. "Welcome to Erebor," Din rumbled, his deep voice echoing in the chamber. "Though I wish our meeting came in better times," Legolas inclined his head slightly. "Indeed, the shadow in the south grows bold. Dol Guldur stirs again, and dark things crawl at the edges of our forest." As the council progressed, Thorin found his attention drawn to one of the elvish advisors. Something about the way he watched the proceedings didn't sit right. The elf's gestures seemed somehow studied, as if learned rather than natural. The discussion turned to defense, the positioning of forces, the strengthening of old alliances. Maps were consulted, reports shared of ORC movements and strange creatures seen in the wild lands. But when talk turned to the secret ways through the mountain passes, Thorin noticed the odd advisor lean forward ever so slightly. During a break in the proceedings, Thorin pulled aside Nori, son of the famous spymaster of Thorin Oakenshield's company. "That advisor," he whispered, "the one with the silver clasp at his throat. Watch him." Through the next hours of debate, Thorin observed as Nori's network of spies did their work. Notes were passed, whispers exchanged, and gradually a disturbing picture emerged. The advisor's credentials were impeccable, too impeccable, as if crafted to withstand scrutiny. But it was a chance comment about the old forest road that proved decisive. The advisor spoke of traveling it in the time of the great spiders, yet the spiders had only come to Mirkwood within living memory of men, a blink of an eye to an elf. As the council prepared to adjourn for the day, Thorin subtly positioned his most trusted guards. He had no proof, only suspicion. But in these dark times, suspicion was enough. The trap was sprung when the false advisor tried to slip away during the evening meal. Cornered in a lesser corridor, the impostor showed his true nature. Gone was the elvish grace, replaced by a desperate fury. He fought with the strength of an ORC, but the skill of a trained assassin, nearly escaping before Dwalin's axe finally brought him down. The creature's true face was revealed in death, neither elf nor ORC, but something in between, a servant of the enemy bred for deception. In its possessions they found messages in a black speech, detailed maps of the mountain's defenses, and most damning of all, a small black stone that radiated an evil presence. Ascending stone, Legolas identified it grimly, used to communicate with its masters. Had this spy learned our plans for defending the northern realms, the implications were clear. The enemy's reach was longer than they had feared, his servants more cunning. The discovery led to a strengthening of guards throughout Erebor, a tightening of security that would prove crucial in the months to come. That night, as snow continued to fall on the lonely mountain, Thorin stood with his father on the battlements. Below them, the lights of Dale twinkled in the darkness, while far to the south, a red glow on the horizon spoke of darker things. "You did well today," Din said quietly. "You saw what others missed. I almost missed it myself," Thorin admitted. "If not for a single slip of the tongue, the enemy thinks us simple folk, concerned only with gold and crafts." Din's laugh was like stones grinding together. "Let him think so. The dwarves of Erebor have not survived this long by being blind to danger in the months that followed. As war crept ever closer to the mountain, that day would be remembered as the last council of Erebor. Soon after, Din would fall in battle before his gates, defending the body of King Bran against a horde of Easterlings. Thorin III would become king under the mountain in the midst of siege and shadow. But the bonds forged in that council, the vigilance it inspired, helped the people of the north weather the storm that broke upon them. The spy's discovery led to the uncovering of other plots, the strengthening of old alliances, and ultimately, survival when darkness engulfed the world. And in later years, when peace returned and the shadow had passed, songs were still sung in the halls of Erebor of the young prince who saw through the enemy's deception, proving that the line of Durin remained as sharp as the axes they bore, and as enduring as the mountain itself. Story 4. The mists of dawn crept through the ancient stones of Ithilien like ghostly fingers, weaving between the weathered statues of kings long forgotten. Enborn, son of Ender, crouched motionless beneath the shadow of a great oak, his green cloak blending seamlessly with the moss-covered bark. Around him, the once fair garden realm of Gondor lay in a state of wild abandonment, its marble fountains choked with vines and its proud towers reduced to quiet sentinels of a fading age. 7 days had passed since the rangers of Ithilien had first noticed the unusual movement of Haradrim troops through their lands. Not the usual raiding parties, but smaller, more purposeful groups moving under cover of darkness. Captain Faramir had dispatched multiple patrols to investigate, and Anborn's group had drawn the dangerous task of watching the old road that wound through the hills toward Minas Morgul. The sound came again, the one that had frozen him in place moments before. A soft rustle of leaves that spoke not of wind, but of careful movement. Anborn's hand tightened imperceptibly on his bow as his eyes scanned the surrounding foliage. 20 years of ranging had taught him the difference between the natural sounds of the forest and those made by creatures trying to move unseen. A flash of pale gold caught his eye, a color that belonged neither to the forest nor to the dark-skinned Haradrim. Without thinking, Anborn nocked an arrow and drew his bow in one fluid motion, only to check himself at the last moment. The figure that stumbled into view was no enemy scout, but an elf maiden, her light armor stained with blood and her silver gold hair tangled with leaves. "Hold," he whispered sharply as his fellow rangers emerged from their hiding places, weapons drawn. "She's not our quarry." The elf maiden's head snapped up at his voice, her hand flying to a curved blade at her hip. Her eyes, bright with the light of the elder days, were fever-bright with exhaustion and pain. "Rangers of Gondor," she breathed, relief and wariness mingling in her voice. "I seek Captain Faramir." Anborn stepped forward carefully, keeping his movements slow and deliberate. "I am Anborn, under Faramir's command." "You're wounded." "A scratch only," she said, though she swayed slightly where she stood. "I am Miriel of the Woodland Realm. I bear urgent messages for Minas Tirith, but servants of the enemy pursue me, as if summoned by her words." A harsh cry split the morning air, the screech of one of the fell beasts that the Nazgul had begun using as mounts. Miriel's face paled further, if that was possible. "They hunt me," she whispered. "The messages I carry. They must not fall into enemy hands." Mardil, the eldest of Anborn's patrol, stepped forward. "The old tunnel network runs near here." We could. Another screech, closer now, cut him off. Without further discussion, Anborn made his decision. To the tunnels. Quickly, they moved swiftly through the underbrush, supporting Miriel between them. The ancient escape routes of Ithilien were a closely guarded secret of the Rangers, created centuries ago when Gondor first began to withdraw from these lands. Most had collapsed or been discovered by the enemy, but a few remained known only to Faramir's men. The entrance, they saw, lay behind a curtain of vines, beneath the ruins of what had once been a noble's villa. As they ducked inside, the sound of heavy wings passed overhead, accompanied by a cry that made their very souls shudder. In the darkness of the tunnel, Miriel finally allowed herself to sag against the wall. "The messages," she said, reaching into a hidden pocket of her tunic. "They reveal a great movement of forces. The Haradrim are not merely sending raiders north, they prepare for full-scale war. But worse, they have found something in the ancient ruins of their lands, something that the Dark Lord seeks." Her voice trailed off as she produced a small packet wrapped in leaves of Lothlórien. "This must reach your steward. The enemy knows I carry it. They sent the Nazgul themselves to intercept me." Anborn took the packet carefully. "Rest now. We'll plan our next move." When a sound from deeper in the tunnel made them all freeze. Something was moving in the darkness ahead of them. "Not all these old ways remain secret," Mardil murmured grimly, drawing his sword. What followed was a desperate chase through the ancient tunnel network, a maze of passages that ran beneath the hills and ruins of Ithilien. The Haradrim scouts had indeed discovered some of the tunnels, and now they found themselves caught between the hunters above and below. Yet it was here that the Rangers' knowledge proved decisive. While their enemies knew only the main passages, Anborn's men knew every twist and turn, every collapsed section and hidden exit. They led their pursuers on a winding path, doubling back and using little-known side passages, until even the most determined hunters lost their trail. They emerged finally in a deep ravine as evening approached, many miles from where they had entered the tunnels. Muriel's wound had worsened during their flight, and they dared not risk the open road to Minas Tirith. Instead, they made for one of the Rangers' secret refuges, a cave high in the hills, its entrance hidden by a waterfall. That night, as Muriel rested and his men kept watch, Anborn studied the messages she had brought. They were written in a cipher he could not read, but with them was a small artifact wrapped in silk, a ring bearing strange markings, ancient beyond reckoning. It was found in a temple deep in Harad, Muriel told him when she woke. The Dark Lord's servants believe it to be one of the lesser rings of power, made in the days before the forging of the Great Rings. Not as powerful as the 9 or the 7, but potent enough to tip the balance in the coming war. Dawn found them moving again, taking paths known only to the Rangers, staying beneath the cover of Ithilien's remaining forests. Twice more, they encountered enemy patrols, and twice they were forced to fight brief, savage encounters in the shadows of the trees. It took them 4 days to reach Minas Tirith, moving only by night and hiding during the day. When at last they stood before Denethor, and Muriel delivered her warnings and the ancient ring, Anborn understood that he had been part of something far greater than a simple rescue. The ring was sent north to Rivendell for safekeeping, carried by swift riders who slipped away in secret. Muriel remained in Minas Tirith for a time, helping to decipher the movements of their enemies, before returning to her own realm with a contingent of Gondor's cavalry as escort. But the true importance of their mission would not be known until much later, when the War of the Ring began in earnest. The intelligence Muriel had brought allowed Gondor to better prepare its defenses, and the ancient ring, had it fallen into enemy hands, might have given Sauron's forces a power that could have turned the tide of crucial battles. As for Anborn, he returned to his patrol in Ithilien, where the shadows grew longer and darker with each passing day. Yet he carried with him the memory of how even the smallest actions, the chance meetings and quick decisions made in the forests of that fading realm, could shape the fate of all Middle-earth. Story 5. Deep within the halls of Moria, where ancient stones whispered tales of glory and shadow, Masterminer Enin, son of an Rar, pressed his weathered hand against the cold wall of mithril-veined rock. The crystalline patterns beneath his fingers seemed to pulse with an inner light, a sight that would have filled him with joy in days past. But now, in the deepening gloom of the lower mines, that same light brought only disquiet to his heart. The year was 1980 of the Third Age, and Moria stood at the height of its power. The great halls of the Dwarven kingdom echoed with the sounds of hammers and chisels, the rhythmic symphony of creation that had endured for millennia. Yet in recent months, strange echoes had begun to reverberate through the deeper tunnels, echoes that spoke of things better left undisturbed. Master Enin. The call came from Farron, one of his youngest apprentices, his beard still more brown than gray. We've found something in the new chamber. The Lord Celebrimber requests your presence immediately. Enin's thick brows furrowed at the mention of the Elven Lord. Celebrimber's presence in Moria was itself unusual, a rare visit to strengthen the bonds between their peoples and share knowledge of craft. That he would summon Enin to the depths spoke of matters more urgent than mere diplomacy. The journey down to the new chamber took them through corridors that grew progressively narrower and more ancient. Here, the perfectly squared stones of the upper halls gave way to rougher cuts, marks of their ancestors' earliest delving. The air grew thick with an age that pressed against their skin like wet wool. They found Celebrimber standing before a wall covered in ancient runes, his tall figure casting long shadows in the light of the crystal lamps. The Elf Lord's face, usually serene with the wisdom of ages, bore an expression of troubled concentration. Master Enin, Celebrimber greeted him without turning. Tell me, what do you make of these markings? Enin stepped closer, his eyes adjusting to the play of shadows across the stone. The runes were Khuzdul, but of a form so ancient it made his head ache to read them. "They speak of the First Age," he said slowly, tracing the patterns with his fingers. "Of a darkness. No, a shadow that sleeps beneath the roots of the mountain, warning to those who delve too deep," the runes read. "Below the foundations of stone lies that which was bound by Durin himself. The price of mithril is measured not in gold, but in the strength of ancient seals." Celebrimber nodded grimly. "Your people's delving has grown deep indeed, friend dwarf. Perhaps deeper than wisdom would counsel. Speak plainly, Lord of a region," Enin growled, though there was no real anger in his voice. "What danger do you perceive?" "Look here." Celebrimber pointed to a series of geometric patterns carved alongside the runes. "These are not mere decorations. They are wards, similar to those we used in the forging of the Rings of Power. They speak of containment, of binding something of great and terrible strength." A chill ran down Enin's spine as understanding dawned. The recent tremors in the deep places, the strange dreams that had plagued the miners, the inexplicable fear that sometimes gripped even the bravest warriors in certain tunnels, all pieces of a puzzle he had refused to see. Over the next weeks, Enin and Celebrimber worked in secret, exploring the ancient tunnels and documenting the ward signs they discovered. Each new finding painted a more troubling picture. The dwarves' relentless pursuit of mithril had led them to unknowingly weaken a complex network of magical seals, placed there by Durin himself in the First Age. "It was a different world then," Celebrimber explained one evening as they pored over their findings in Enin's private study. "The powers of darkness were stronger, more prevalent. Some were defeated, others merely bound, waiting for a chance to rise again. And you believe such a thing slumbers beneath our feet?" Enin asked, though in his heart he already knew the answer. "Not slumbers. Stirs." Celebrimber's eyes reflected the lamplight like stars. "Your people's mining has disrupted the wards. Already their power wanes. I can feel it, like a storm gathering in the deep places of the earth." The decision that faced Enin tormented him through sleepless nights. To warn King Durin VI would mean admitting that their greatest source of wealth and pride, the mithril mines, posed a threat to their very existence. It could mean the abandonment of Moria itself, a blow from which their people might never recover. Yet to remain silent. His decision was forced when a group of miners broke through into a vast natural cavern, deeper than any they had explored before. The reports spoke of an ancient darkness that moved like smoke, of temperatures that rose until tools became too hot to hold, of whispers in a language that made the listeners' ears bleed. "We must seal it," Celebrimber declared when Enin brought him the news. "Not just the tunnel, but all the weakened wards. It will require power of a kind not seen since the Elder Days, and a sacrifice." "What manner of sacrifice?" "The wards were bound with the essence of your ancestor, Durin's own blood and spirit. To reinforce them would require something of equal power, the life force of one of his direct descendants, freely given." Enin sat heavily in his chair, the weight of ages pressing down upon him. "I am of Durin's line, through my mother's blood." "Yes," Celebrimber said softly. "You are." The next day, Enin requested an audience with King Durin VI. He presented all their findings, laid out the danger that grew beneath their feet, and offered himself as the sacrifice needed to restore the ancient wards. The king's council erupted in arguments that lasted through the night, but in the end, pride and greed won out over caution. The warning was dismissed, the offer rejected. Enin resigned his position as master miner that same day. His last act was to seal the records of their discoveries in a hidden chamber, along with a letter of warning to future generations. Celebrimber departed soon after, though not before making Enin promise to send word if the situation worsened. Years later, when the first reports came of a terror of shadow and flame in the deep places of Moria, Enin was too old to flee with the others. He died in his chambers, clutching the last letter from Celebrimber, who had himself perished at Sauron's hands in the region. His final thoughts were of the choice he had faced, and the price of failure that his people would pay for centuries to come. The Balrog rose from the depths of Moria, and the greatest kingdom of the dwarves fell into darkness and legend. But in a secret chamber, undisturbed by the passing of ages, the warning remained. Some treasures come at too great a cost, and some secrets are better left buried in the deep places of the world. Story 6. The white towers of Minas Tirith gleamed like pearls in the morning sun, but Gilrain barely noticed their majesty as she climbed the winding streets to her father's forge. The air was thick with an unseasonable fog that crept up from the Anduin, casting strange shadows on the ancient stones. In her hand, she clutched a simple iron ring, her father's final gift, before the fever took him. "Keep it safe," he had whispered, pressing the ring into her palm with trembling fingers. "It sees what others cannot." Those were his last words, spoken as the shadow of death crept across his face. The forge stood silent now, the fires cold for the first time in decades. As Gilrain lit a single candle, its light caught the ring's surface, revealing delicate script that seemed to shift and change as she watched. Not the flowing script of the elves, nor the bold runes of the dwarves, but something older, more subtle, the work of forgotten craftsmen from the days when Celebrimbor still walked the earth. "Your father was more than a simple blacksmith," a voice said from the shadows. Gilrain whirled to find Aldamir, one of the lore masters of the citadel, standing in the doorway. His gray robes bore the tree of Gondor, but there was something else embroidered beneath it, a symbol she had seen in her father's private journals. "He was one of us," Aldamir continued, stepping into the candlelight. "A keeper of old knowledge, and that ring you hold was his greatest trust." Before Gilrain could respond, horns blasted from the city walls, not the clear notes that welcomed friends, but the harsh warning of approaching danger. Through the window, she saw dark shapes wheeling against the clouds, fell beasts ridden by darker figures that made her heart grow cold with ancient fear. "The Nazgul," Aldamir breathed. "They seek the ring. Put it on quickly. See what it would show you." With trembling fingers, Gilrain slipped the ring onto her finger. The world shifted, colors becoming sharper, shadows deeper. And there, moving through the streets of the city, she saw them figures that seemed to be made of smoke and shadow, wearing the faces of merchants and nobles, but their eyes burned with an inner fire that spoke of Mordor's malice. "Spies," she gasped. "They walk among us, wearing false faces." "Yes," Aldamir confirmed grimly. "The ring reveals truth. It was crafted by one of Celebrimbor's apprentices, not for power or dominion, but for sight beyond sight. Your father used it to help protect the city, to find those who would do us harm. But now the enemy knows of its existence. Above, the screech of the Nazgul grew closer. The ring grew warm on Gilrain's finger, and through its power, she saw the true extent of the danger. The spies were converging on the forge, while in the upper circles of the city, others moved toward the citadel itself. "We must warn the steward," she said, but Aldamir shook his head. "The ring must be our priority. If it falls into the enemy's hands, they will use its power to root out every defense, every secret passage, every hidden ally we have in the fight against the darkness." A crash from outside made them both jump. The spies had reached the street below, and behind them came the sound of heavy boots, real soldiers of Gondor. But how could they know friend from foe? Gilrain made her decision. "Help me gather my father's tools," she commanded, already moving to the forge. Quickly, as the sounds of fighting grew closer, she worked with desperate speed, stoking the forge's fire one last time. Her father had taught her more than smithing. He had shown her how to unmake what had been made, how to return enchanted metal to its base form. But the ring's power could help protect the city. Aldamir protested, even as he helped her work the bellows. "Its power will doom us all if it falls into enemy hands," Gilrain countered. Sometimes the best defense is to leave no weapon for our enemies to turn against us. The ring grew hotter on her finger, as if sensing its impending fate. Through its power, Gilrain saw the Nazgul circling lower, their dark influence reaching out, like tendrils of shadow. The spies were at the door now, their false faces melting away to reveal their true, terrible forms. With a prayer to the Veiler, Gilrain pulled the ring from her finger and cast it into the heart of the forge. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the ancient script flared brilliant white, and the ring began to melt not into ordinary metal, but into light itself, burning away like morning mist before the sun. The door burst open. Soldiers poured in, led by a captain whose face seemed trustworthy, but through the ring's lasting effect, Gilrain saw the darkness behind his eyes. Yet even as the spies reached for her, the ring's final dissolution released a pulse of pure truth that swept through the forge like a wave of cleansing fire. The false faces burned away, revealing the spies for what they were. The real soldiers, momentarily stunned, recovered quickly and fell upon the revealed enemies with sword and spear. Above, the Nazgul wheeled away with shrieks of fury, their purpose thwarted. In the days that followed, the city guard rooted out the remaining spies, guided by the information Gilrain and Aldamir had gathered. The ring was gone, but its final act had given them the chance they needed to secure the city's defenses. Some called it a grave loss, the destruction of such a powerful artifact. But as Gilrain stood upon the walls of Minas Tirith, watching the sunrise burn away the unnatural fog, she knew she had honored her father's true last lesson, that sometimes the greatest victory lies not in preserving power, but in denying it to the enemy. Years later, when darker times came and the armies of Mordor marched upon Minas Tirith, the city stood firm not through the power of ancient rings or magical sight, but through the courage and vigilance of those who defended it. And if sometimes Gilrain thought she caught glimpses of truth beneath seeming, well, perhaps some powers leave their mark on those who choose to surrender them for the greater good. In the libraries of Minas Tirith, they still tell the tale of the Ring of Sight and the smith's daughter who destroyed it. But the greater story, the one Gilrain herself passed down to her children, was of the courage to face truth unflinching and the wisdom to know when power must be surrendered for peace to prevail. Story 7. Snow fell softly on the rebuilt towers of Dale, where torchlight glinted off ancient stonework restored to its former glory. In the great library, young Bard 2 bent over a weathered tome, his fingers tracing lines of text that spoke of the days when his grandfather had slain the great dragon Smaug. But it was not tales of that famous victory that held his attention tonight, rather a curious footnote about the Drake's early days in the Grey Mountains. The ancient text, written in a shaky hand, spoke of smaller dragons, wingless worms, that had served the great fire drake before he claimed Erebor. When Smaug descended upon the lonely mountain, these lesser creatures had scattered into the deep places of the world. Most assumed they had perished in the wilds or turned upon each other, as was the way of dragons. But now, a knock at the library door startled him from his studies. Sigrid, his sister and captain of Dale's guard, entered with a grim expression that reminded him strongly of their grandfather. "Another caravan has been attacked," she said without preamble. 3 days' journey from Erebor along the eastern trade route. No survivors this time, but the pattern is the same: no goods taken, wagons burned, and those strange tracks in the ash. Bard pulled a map from beneath the scattered papers on his desk. Red marks dotted the trading routes between Dale, Erebor, and Esgaroth, each representing an attack over the past 3 months. Together, they formed an arc, as if something was moving in a great circle around the lonely mountain. "Look at this," he said, showing Sigrid the ancient text. "What if these attacks aren't random? What if something older than we thought has awakened?" Before Sigrid could respond, heavy boots echoed in the corridor. Thorin Stonehand, emissary from Erebor, strode into the library, his beard dusted with snow and travel. "Your guard said I would find you here," he said, nodding to both siblings. "We've had word from our miners in the eastern delves. They've found something you need to see." The journey to the site took them through passages that still bore scorch marks from Smaug's occupation. In a newly opened chamber, dwarf miners stood well back from a section of wall, where their picks had broken through to some older space. The opening was perfectly round, its edges smooth as if by great heat. "A dragon's tunnel," Thorin said quietly. "But not Smaug's work too small. We've found others like it, all leading deeper into the mountain." Some of the older miners say they remember tales of such passages from before Smaug came, but none dared explore them then. Bard pulled the old manuscript from his satchel, sharing what he had learned of Smaug's lesser kin. As he spoke, a cold draft emanated from the tunnel, carrying with it an acrid smell that made the torches flicker. "These attacks," Sigrid mused, her hand resting on her sword hilt, "they're not random raids. They're a pattern of hunting. Like something testing our defenses, learning our movements, or something gathering strength," Bard added. "The text speaks of these lesser dragons being bound to Smaug's will. What if his death didn't just free the mountain? What if it freed them as well?" Thorin's expression darkened. "And now, after all these years, they seek revenge against those who claimed their master's realm. The decision was made quickly. They would follow the tunnel." Thorin gathered a hand-picked group of dwarf warriors, while Sigrid assembled her best scouts from Dale. Bard insisted on accompanying them, bringing his grandfather's books and his own knowledge of dragon lore. The passage twisted deep into the mountain's heart, branching occasionally, but always sloping downward. The walls bore strange markings, not runes or writing, but patterns that seemed to shift in the torchlight. The air grew warmer, carrying hints of sulfur and old smoke. They found the first layer empty, but recently used. The floor was smooth and hot to the touch, the walls scored with claw marks smaller than Smaug's but no less fearsome. In one corner, they discovered something that made Bard's blood run cold. Scattered among ancient bones were pieces of armor and weapons bearing the marks of recent caravans. "They're not just hunting," he realized, examining the remains. "They're gathering intelligence, learning our weapons, our methods." A distant rumble shook loose stones from the ceiling. Then another, closer, more rhythmic, like massive footsteps approaching. "Back," Thorin commanded, but it was too late. From a tunnel they hadn't noticed came a sinuous form smaller than Smaug, but no less deadly. Its scales were the color of old brass, its eyes glowing with malevolent intelligence. Behind it, more shapes moved in the shadows. What followed was chaos. The worms were faster than their size suggested, using the tunnels they knew so well to outmaneuver their prey. But the dwarves were hardy warriors, and the men of Dale had not forgotten how to fight dragons. Bard found himself separated from the others, backed into a smaller chamber with one of the beasts. As it reared before him, he saw that its chest bore an old wound scar that could only have come from one of his grandfather's black arrows. Understanding flooded through him. "You remember, don't you?" he called out, even as he sought cover behind a pillar. "The day Smaug fell. You were there, watching as your master was slain." The dragon paused, its ancient eyes fixing upon him with terrible recognition. When it spoke, its voice was like metal scraping on stone. "The line of Jirian. How fitting that you should be here to witness our return." But in that moment of dialogue, Bard saw what the dragon did not. Sigrid and Thorin positioning their warriors on the chamber's upper ledges, readying weapons that had been forged in preparation for just such a day. The battle that followed would be sung of in both Dale and Erebor for generations to come. The dragons fought with all the cunning and fury of their race, but they had grown overconfident in their years of secret plotting. The combined might of dwarf and human warriors, armed with weapons designed to pierce dragon hide, proved too much for them. In the aftermath, as they explored the dragon's network of tunnels, they found evidence of a grand design that had been years in the making. Maps of the region's defenses, hoarded weapons from attacked caravans, and plans for what would have been a devastating coordinated strike against all the free peoples of the region. Instead, the threat was ended before it could truly begin. The tunnels were sealed with dwarven craft, and new defenses were built with the knowledge gained from this encounter. The alliance between Dale and Erebor grew stronger, and trading resumed with greater security than before. Bard returned to his library with new text to write the tale of how the children of Smaug's era were finally defeated, and how the cooperation between dwarves and men had once again protected the lands around the Lonely Mountain. But he also understood now why his grandfather had insisted that they maintain their vigilance, even in times of peace. For in the north, where the gray mountains reached into the clouds, other ancient things still slumbered. And not all the fires of the dragon days had been quenched. Story 8. Golden leaves danced in the eternal twilight of Lothlórien, where the ancient melon trees reached toward stars that seemed to shine even in daylight. Among their silver trunks, Celebriel moved like a shadow in the dusk, her gray cloak blending with the misty air that perpetually shrouded the realm of the Lady of Light. As one of the Galadrim, the tree wardens of the Golden Wood, she had walked these paths countless times, yet never had she felt such unease in her heart. The signs had been there for days, broken branches too high for any mortal to reach, strange tracks that vanished into nowhere, and whispers among the trees of movement in the dark places where even elves seldom ventured. But tonight was different. Tonight, there was blood on the silver bark of the melon. Following the trail with the practiced eye of one born to the forest's ways, Celebriel found him collapsed beneath the sweeping roots of an ancient tree, a dwarf, his rich green hood stained dark with blood, his beard matted and tangled. Beside him lay an axe of curious workmanship, and clutched in his failing grip, a scrap of parchment marked with faded runes. Every instinct honed by centuries of guarding these borders told her to raise the alarm. The presence of a dwarf in Lothlórien was unprecedented in these darker days, when the shadow of Dal Guldur grew ever longer. Yet something in the dwarf's face, a nobility that transcended the ancient enmity between their peoples, stayed her hand. "Water," he gasped in the common speech, his voice rough as stone. "Please." Celebriel hesitated only a moment before kneeling beside him, offering her own flask. As he drank, she saw that his wounds, while serious, were not mortal claw marks, as if from some great beast, but clean. "I am Celebriel of the Galadrim. How came you to pass our borders, dwarf of the mountains?" "Thorin," he managed, son of Din of the Iron Hills, his hand tightened on the parchment. "We found it. In the deep places." A map, a fit of coughing interrupted him, but he pressed on. "They followed us from the shadows. My companions. I know not if any others escaped." The parchment he held was more than mere map scrap, Celebriel realized. Though faded and torn, she recognized the ancient style of its markings. This was dwarf work from the great days of Moria, when that realm was still called Moria in friendship, rather than in darkness. "This shows a path," she said, studying the runes with growing concern. "A secret way through the mountains, beneath the very roots of Kara's Galadhan." Thorin nodded grimly. "The servants of the enemy seek it. We thought the map would be safer, brought to the Lady of the Golden Wood. Better your people should know of this path than the shadows that hunt us." Before Celebriel could respond, a cry echoed through the trees, not the fair voices of her kindred, but something harsh and guttural. The shadows between the trees seemed to deepen, and the very air grew chill. "They followed me," Thorin growled, struggling to rise. "Forgive me. I have brought darkness to your realm." But Celebriel was already moving, her bow singing in the gathering gloom. Two dark shapes fell from the trees, and then they were upon the Moarsees, but not the common mountain breed. These were larger, bearing the mark of Dal Guldur, their armor adorned with cruel spikes and dark runes. The battle that followed was swift and deadly. Celebriel's arrows found their marks with deadly accuracy, while Thorin, despite his wounds, proved why the dwarves were feared in battle. His axe moved like lightning, its steel drinking deep of enemy blood. Yet more shadows emerged from the twilight, and Celebriel knew they could not hold this position. "Can you run?" she asked, dispatching another ORC with a quick thrust of her blade. Thorin's answer was to heave himself upright, axe at the ready. "Lead on, elf. I'll keep up or die trying." Together, they fled deeper into the golden wood, Celebriel leading them along paths known only to the Galadrim. Behind them, the ORCs crashed through the underbrush with no regard for stealth, their harsh cries echoing through the ancient forest. But the woods of Lothlórien did not take kindly to such intrusion. Roots seemed to rise from nowhere to trip their pursuers. Branches bent and swayed to obscure their path, and the very air seemed to thicken around the invaders. At last, they reached one of the great melern where the Galadrim had their posts. Celebriel's horn rang out 3 short blasts, followed by one long note that echoed through the trees. Answering calls came from all around, and suddenly, the air was filled with arrows as her kindred emerged from their hidden posts. The ORCs, caught in the open, fought savagely, but stood no chance against the coordinated assault of the Galadrim. When it was over, no enemy remained standing, and the golden woods were silent once more. As the other elves secured the area, Celebriel turned to find Thorin studying her with newfound respect. "It seems," he said slowly, "that I owe you my life. Celebriel of the Golden Wood, and we owe you our thanks," she replied, holding up the ancient map. "This knowledge could have brought great harm had it fallen into enemy hands. You chose wisely in bringing it here in the days that followed." As Thorin healed in the care of the Galadrim, Celebriel worked with the wardens to seal the secret path the map revealed. Yet more importantly, perhaps, was the bridge built between their peoples. For when Thorin finally departed, escorted to the borders of the wood with honor, he left behind not just the map, but also a small token, an axe head of dwarf make, its edge marked with runes of friendship. "For the next time you need to split ORC heads," he had said gruffly, "may it serve you as well as you served me." Celebriel kept that axe through many dark days that followed, and though she and Thorin never met again, the tale of their unlikely alliance was whispered among both their peoples. It served as a reminder that in the darkening days before the War of the Ring, hope often came in unexpected forms, and friendship could flourish even between ancient rivals when faced with a common foe. And if travelers in later years sometimes spoke of seeing an elf warrior in the Golden Wood, bearing a curious axe of dwarf make, well, that too became part of the legend of the hidden paths of Lothlórien. Story 9. The mists of autumn crept through the ancient trees of the North Downs as Miriel, daughter of Derhabern, pulled her weathered cloak tighter around her shoulders. 20 years of ranging these borders had taught her every hollow and hill, every twisted root and hidden dell, yet something was different tonight. The tracks she followed were unlike any she had seen in her years as a Dee Nidane ranger, too precise to be animal, too careful to be hobbit, yet not matching the patterns of men or elves. The fading light caught the silver star pinned to her cloak, the symbol of her heritage as one of the few remaining descendants of Inmenor. Like all rangers, she had sworn to protect the peaceful lands of the Shire, though its inhabitants knew nothing of their silent guardians. Tonight, however, that peace felt more fragile than the morning frost. A twig snapped in the gathering darkness. Miriel froze, her hand moving silently to the hilt of her sword. Through the mist, a tall figure emerged, too graceful to be human, too ancient to be mortal. The stranger's cloak seemed to shimmer with the last remnants of daylight, and beneath his hood, eyes gleamed with the wisdom of ages. "May Gavanin Dee Nidane," the figure spoke in Elvish, lowering his hood to reveal silver hair and features that spoke of Rivendell's grace. "I am Calandir, and like you, I walk these borders with purpose," Muriel's grip on her sword hilt loosened, but her wariness remained. Few of the firstborn linger in these lands now. What brings you so far from the hidden valley? The same shadows that brought you to this spot, Calendir replied, kneeling to examine the tracks she had been following. Lord Ilron sends word servants of the White Wizard have been seen where they should not be, asking questions about the land of the halflings. A chill that had nothing to do with the autumn air ran down Muriel's spine. Saruman the White was counted among the wise, yet rumors had reached even the rangers of strange happenings around his tower of Orthanc. These tracks, she gestured, they lead toward the old forest road. Indeed, Calendir's ancient eyes met hers. But what concerns me more is where they came from. These are not the first such tracks I have found. They form a pattern, a methodical mapping of the Shire's boundaries and defenses. Together, they moved through the darkening woods, following the trail until it led them to an unexpected sight, the ancient burial mounds of the kings of Arnor. Their once proud stones now weathered by countless seasons. Here, the tracks multiplied and crossed, centering around one barrow in particular. They seek something within, Calendir whispered, his hand moving to an ornate bough that seemed to glow faintly in the growing darkness. The old kings did not go to their rest empty-handed. Many secrets of Arnor lie buried here, including maps and records of the hidden ways through these lands. As if summoned by his words, a cold wind swept through the burial ground, carrying with it the sound of metal on stone. Shadows moved between the ancient barrow's figures in dark robes, their faces hidden beneath deep hoods. They worked with quiet purpose, using tools that spoke of Isengard's craft to break the seals of the ancient tomb. Muriel and Calendir shared a silent look of understanding. If the servants of Saruman gained access to the ancient records of Arnor, they would learn not just of the Shire's defenses, but of the secret paths and hideaways used by the rangers to protect these lands. The very system that had kept the Shire safe for centuries could become its greatest vulnerability. Moving like shadows themselves, ranger and elf split up, circling the intruders. Muriel knocked an arrow to her bow, the movement as natural as breathing after decades of practice. Calendir seemed to fade into the mists, his presence marked only by the faint gleam of starlight on his blade. The attack, when it came, was swift and silent. Muriel's arrows found their marks with deadly accuracy, while Calendir's blade flashed like lightning in the darkness. But their opponents were no ordinary men. They fought with weapons of cunning make, and more than one bore signs of dark enchantments. In the heat of battle, Muriel found herself backed against one of the ancient stones. As she parried a blow from a curved blade that gleamed with an unnatural light, her opponent's hood fell back, revealing a face marked with the white hand of Saruman. The sight confirmed her worst fears. The White Wizard had indeed turned his gaze toward the Shire, though for what purpose she could not guess. A clear note rang out, Calendir's bow singing in the darkness, and Muriel's attacker fell. The remaining shadows retreated into the night, leaving behind their tools and several fallen comrades. But they had managed to break the seals of the tomb, and as Muriel and Calendir approached the opening, they could see that several ancient scrolls were missing. They will return with greater numbers, Calendir said, examining marks left by their enemies. And now they have what they sought, knowledge of the hidden ways. Muriel walked to the edge of the burial ground, looking out over the peaceful hills of the Shire in the distance. Lights twinkled in hobbit holes, their occupants blissfully unaware of the shadow growing in the east, or of the more immediate threat that had just breached their first line of defense. Then we must change the ways, she said finally, turning back to her newfound ally. Every path they now know, every secret place marked in those ancient maps, we must find new routes, establish new hideaways. The rangers must adapt, as we have always done. Calendir nodded, a gleam of approval in his ageless eyes. I will remain in these lands a while longer, if you would have my aid. The road ahead grows darker, and the Shire will need all its guardians through the long months that followed. Miriel and Calendir worked tirelessly to rebuild the Rangers' network of secret paths and watchpoints. They recruited more eyes and ears among the few woodsmen and travelers who frequented these borders, establishing a new web of surveillance and protection around the Shire. And though the hobbits continued their peaceful lives, unaware of the silent battle being fought at their borders, the Rangers' vigilance never wavered. For in these quiet skirmishes and unseen sacrifices lay the seeds of a greater truth, that sometimes the greatest victories are those that history never records, won by guardians whose names are remembered only in the whispers of the wind through ancient stones. Years later, when Frodo Baggins set out from the Shire on his own fateful journey, he would pass through lands that remained peaceful largely due to the efforts of Miriel, Calendir, and their fellow guardians. But that is another tale for another time. Story 10. Deep within the echoing halls of Moria, where ancient stonework reached toward shadows and torchlight danced upon veins of mithril, young Enin, son of Enror, traced his fingers across runes carved millennia ago. The air hung heavy with the scent of torch smoke and stone dust, a familiar comfort to any dwarf of Durin's folk. Yet something else lingered here in the lowest halls, a whisper of forgotten power, of secrets buried in the deep places of the world. Enin's beard, still short with youth, and braided with the simple patterns of an apprentice mason, brushed against the stone as he leaned closer to examine the inscription. Unlike the bold proclamations that adorned the upper halls of Moria, these runes were delicate, almost hesitant, as if their carver feared discovery. By the light of his crystal lamp, Enin began to translate. In the deeps where Durin's hammer fell, where mithril streams and secrets dwell, the master's work remains untold, more precious than the dragon's gold. His heart quickened. Every dwarf child knew the tales of Durin's artifacts, the crown, the axe, the ring, but none spoke of a hammer. Yet here, in these ancient corridors far below the bustling upper halls where his people mined mithril, was evidence of something forgotten by even the most learned lore masters. The young dwarf's discovery might have remained merely another mystery of the deep, had fate not chosen that moment to intervene. As Enin traced the final rune, a tremor ran through the stone beneath his feet. Not the familiar rhythmic shake of mining operations, but something else, something that spoke of awakening. The crystal walls around him began to glow with a pale blue light, revealing passages that had remained hidden for ages. And there, echoing through corridors that should have been empty, came the sound of singing, not the sturdy songs of dwarves, but something higher, clearer, like starlight turned to sound. Following the ethereal voice, Enin found himself in a vast chamber he had never seen before, though he had explored these lower levels for years. Pillars rose like ancient trees, their surfaces swirling with patterns that seemed to move in the strange light. And there, amid the grandeur, stood a figure that caused him to halt mid-step. She was tall and slender, with hair like spun silver and eyes that held the memory of starlight and elf, here in the deepest halls of Moria. She turned to him without surprise, as if she had been waiting. "I am Celebrindle," she said in perfect Khuzdul, though her accent spoke of ages past. "Last apprentice of Celebrimber, and guardian of what you seek." Enin's hand instinctively went to his axe, generations of distrust warring with curiosity. "How comes an elf to dwell in the halls of my forebears?" "I remain because I must," she answered, her voice carrying both weariness and resolve. "The hammer you seek is no mere craftsman's tool. It was forged in the days when elves and dwarves worked together, when Celebrimber and your ancestors combined their arts to create wonders." She gestured to the walls, where Enin now saw intricate designs that blended elvish and dwarvish patterns in ways he had never imagined possible. "The hammer," Celebrindle continued, "was the masterwork of that collaboration, a tool that could shape not just metal and stone, but the very essence of the mountain itself. With it, the greatest works of Moria were crafted. But its power drew the attention of darker forces. As she spoke, shadows seemed to deepen in the corners of the chamber. In the north, the Witch King of Angmar rises again, His servants seek any artifact of power that might aid their master's return. This is why the hammer was hidden, its very memory erased from your people's records, and In's mind raced. The tremors in the deep, the increasing numbers of goblins in the lower mines, the whispers of darkness gathering in the north suddenly, pieces began to fall into place. You're saying our enemies already seek it? They sense its power, though they know not its location. Celebrindle moved to a wall and pressed her hand against a seemingly solid surface. Lines of light spread from her touch, revealing the outline of a door. For centuries, I have guided them away, led them down false paths. But my strength wanes, and the enemy grows bold. The hidden door swung open, revealing a small chamber. There, resting on a pedestal of crystal and mithril, lay a hammer that seemed to be made of starlight given form. Its head was pure mithril, etched with runes that shifted and changed as Enin watched. The handle was a perfect blend of dwarven craft and elven grace, wrapped in patterns that seemed to flow like water. Why show me this now? Enin asked, though in his heart he already knew. Because the time of hiding is past. The hammer must either be used to strengthen the defenses of Moria against what comes, or it must be destroyed to prevent its power from serving the enemy. Celebrindle's eyes met his ancient wisdom meeting youthful determination. And you, Enin son of Enroar, must choose. The weight of the decision pressed upon him, like the mountain itself. To destroy such a masterwork, such a symbol of what could be achieved when their peoples worked together, seemed unthinkable to his dwarven heart. Yet to risk it falling into enemy hands. Before he could speak, a distant drum echoed through the halls, not the rhythmic working sounds of the miners, but something else. Something that spoke of danger. They come, Celebrindle whispered, drawing a blade that glowed with its own inner light. The enemy has found a way past the outer defenses. Choose quickly, son of Durin. Enin stepped forward, his hand hovering over the hammer. In that moment, he remembered the tales of his people, not just of their greatest triumphs, but of their greatest failures. Of pride and greed leading to downfall. Of the price of power. With a deep breath, he grasped the hammer. But instead of claiming it, he turned to Celebrindle. Show me how to destroy it. But first, teach me the secrets it contains, not its power, but the knowledge of how our peoples once worked together. That is what we truly need to preserve. A smile touched the elf's ageless face. Perhaps there is hope yet. She began to speak quickly, sharing secrets of craft and cooperation long forgotten, even as the drums grew closer. In the hours that followed, as they worked together to unmake what their ancestors had forged, Enin learned more than he had in years of apprenticeship. And though the hammer itself was reduced to components that could never be reassembled, its greatest power, the ability to bring peoples together, lived on in the knowledge passed down. When Enin finally returned to the upper halls, he carried with him not a weapon of power, but something far more valuable, the understanding of how elves and dwarves had once worked together, and how they might do so again. Though he spoke to none of Celebrindle or the hammer, the innovations he introduced to Moria's defenses in the years that followed bore the mark of both dwarven and elven craft. And in the deep places of Moria, for years to come, miners would sometimes speak of hearing fair singing in the darkness, and of seeing a tall figure watching over them in times of danger. But that is another tale for another time.